Hello. How you doing? How's your week? Hello, hello. Bridgewater, head of house. How you doing? Welcome. Hi. Go for tech. Hello, how you doing? Hello, hello. So, yeah, so I've been trying to organize my notes recently, right? With some disassembly stuff and disassemble or reverse engineering stuff rather, and working on the Soseki Femi, I started to refine and change a little bit my whole process for that, right? Basically because the device isn't supported in MES, and so I got to figure out how to, run the code and all that kind of bullshit, and actually disassemble it and all that. So I was using DA65 for the vast majority of that, and I wanted to start actually getting a wiki page set up or put together for the study block stuff, right? But I didn't want to just copy paste shit and then call it a day. I wanted to confirm my notes, remove a bunch of the question marks, right? So I started going through some of the study block stuff with a similar approach, right, that I'm doing here, but taking all the work that I've already done and converting it over and getting into one format. And then I started fighting with the disassembler. The disassembler started getting in my way. So I said, screw it, I'll do it myself. And so in the past, I have had disassembler attempts, and they have been quote unquote smart disassemblers, right? Where you give it a start point and it follows the logic of the code kind of and figures out where the branches are and takes the branches and all that bullshit. Which works until mappers are a thing. And memory changes. Then that whole scheme kind of just falls on its face, right? So I've usually hit that point and then given up, right? Or not given up, or said oh, I'll come back to it. Maybe I'll figure something out that later. This attempt is not doing that. This attempt is relying very heavily on external input, right? It is a quote-unquote dumb disassembler, right? So it doesn't follow any logic. It doesn't. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. It doesn't follow the logic of what it is disassembling, right? If it hits a jump statement, it's gonna try to disassemble shit right after the jump statement, right? So it's not following that jump statement, following that call or whatever the hell, right? So that requires a bit of setup, a bit of configuration, definitions for what's code, what's not code, right? And that's the same approach that DA65 takes. However, I disagree with how DA65 handles a lot of things and a lot of the assumptions. The one assumption that sealed the deal for me. I think I actually posted this on Discord with a little bit of a crash out. No, that's the wrong channel. Was so I found what happens? I was writing a comment, right? And let me actually show you. So I still have it open somewhere, I think. Nope, not that. This. Yeah, okay. So I was in here somewhere and I was writing a comment. I was writing one of these comments. It's on the long side, right? What is the actual comment I was working on? Fill RAM block something. That's gonna be in bank 00 maybe? Yes, okay, it is this one. Yeah, Kfuga bank 00 dot Kfuga. Fill. Let me do it this way. That. Okay, so it was this guy right here, right? Now you notice, so my comment here, starting from 0700, that's an address, comma, 07. What's going on there? Well, it turns out, that is not all I wrote. It cuts off all of this. Because up to that 7, the last thing it prints, is 255, 56 bytes of text for the comment. I had a bit of a crash out. So I went looking in the code of the disassembler to find out what the hell is going on. And I open this. And I find this. Since we don't expect many comments, we can keep the table small. Go to hell! Not only is there a size limit on the comment that I haven't found yet, this right here puts a limit on how many comments you can have because it hashes up to 256 of them. So once you hit 256, you start to what? Have hash collisions? Yeah, it's not a comment, it's a curse. Exactly. So at that point, it's like, fine, I'll do it myself. Now, at this point, I have already written a parser for this config format right here, right? Like a proper actual parser, Lexer and parser. That was spawned off of some stuff a while back. Hash collisions aren't necessarily bad. It doesn't mention using a linear list for collide hashes. Yeah, so it's not like just because of that, right? That was the last straw kind of thing. Because I'm already getting like fed up with a few things here and there, right? Like there's some weird formatting things that I don't particularly like in here, and most of it's fine. But like this right here, so this right here, that's a comment, right? That I want attached to that essentially, like 4. Okay, I want to comment out what bits 04 is and 06 and all that kind of stuff, right? This specifically is for strobing one of the registers, right? That's why I wanted that commented out like that, because it's I'm emphasizing it's this bit that's turning on and off, right? But you'll notice it drops down an anonymous label there because I didn't put a label name onto it. But it still drops the label. This is not referenced anywhere. And it's still like, yeah, we're just going to pop it there anyway. What? No, stop it. How dare you? So this past week, I started designing what I would want the config to be and how it would work. I've dropped a bit of that on Discord. And this sort of shit is why my default is I'll just write my own. Yeah, and it'll be fantastic practice for me, right? So it's not like it'll go to waste or whatever. It'll be good practice. So whatever, it's fine. So this is the like most complete, right? Most verbose, full options that I'm planning on fully implementing, right? For a config. I'm still not sure how certain things are going to work, like the banked RAM. I do not know if this is going to work the way I think it will. It probably won't. I'll probably have to change some of that, and that's okay. I'm not quite there yet for actually implementation for what this stuff is actually doing. I still need to finish the parser a little bit. I have like half of it done because I started like a day or so ago. Look what I've got so far, though. I'm where's not exactly what you're after. Yeah, and it's probably in 4th too, isn't it? Just sick bastard. But yeah, so I have an idea of how I want some of this stuff to work. I don't know if that. Let me rephrase. There's a very good chance that a lot of this stuff will morph and evolve while I'm working on it. 4th, shell scripts and unholy abuses of said. Yeah, I want something a bit more a bit less cursed. Right? Right? I don't want that unholy concoction of sed and shell scripts. Okay? I don't want to accidentally summon a fucking demon. All right? I want something that's a little bit easier to read and make sense of. And a bit more, dare I say, flexible. Or at least that's the idea behind it, right? So for the basics of this, shut up. So for the basics, everything is grouped into like larger blocks, right? We've got a global block, one or more bank blocks, and until I figure out if this works or not, 0 or more RAM bank blocks. This is not, for clarification, this is not system RAM. This is specifically program RAM, work RAM, cartridge RAM, right? I know. Yeah, I know. And I iterated on this before actually writing really any code. I wrote some very bare bones structures of like, does this make sense if I organize it this way, right? But I didn't start writing any lexicon code or parsing code until after I figured out more or less what I want here, right? So yeah, in the global, this is things that for the entire run is it's stuff that is true for the entire run of the program that in that instance, right? Things like the input file, one input file for now, right? That's what makes sense to me right now. Will this change eventually? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. An MLB output. This is something that I'm kind of doing right now. It's parsing the DA65 config, and converting that into Messen, the Messen label format data. Messen label block isn't right. I don't know. It's Messen's label format, right? But that once I get labels working in here, and once I get this working, that'll be relatively straightforward to export, right? Listing out the architecture here, this will handle 6502 versus just the official instructions of 6502 versus including the unofficials, right? For now, I'm not including unofficial instructions for now, but I do want to make that something very easy to enable and to expand. And to that extent, I think I do want to fold in what I already have for the StudyBox tape script into this as well. I'm not really happy with that decoder's configuration format and how all that data is handled. It works well enough right now, but if I can get this working and use the same format for both, that would be golden, I think. Because then if, I don't think any code actually does any of the scripts, but if any of those scripts do end up calling out to non-handler functions or whatever, right? With the call assembly or whatever. I don't think it does it. I don't remember that happening anywhere. But in theory, I'd be able to, fold that in relatively easy here, relatively, give or take. That's not going to be a priority, getting that one working. The priority is going to be getting this working, and then maybe this one. So this one will be last. As far as comments, so there are 3 or 4 levels of comments in DA65. I'm kind of I'll use that as a guideline of anything, I suppose, right? So the default is standard, so any comment that I define, like as text, that will print out by default. But that, will allow that to be shut off, so comment none or whatever, right? So no comments. And then I do want some debugging comments as well that like have the address and the raw bytes or whatever of all of the the instructions and all that, right? Yeah. This right here, I'm probably going to expand a little bit. I'm not entirely. I don't have includes entirely set in stone yet. I don't want those to be infinitely recursive. I don't know if I wanted to even attempt to do that. Just say if you include a file, it cannot have its own includes kind of thing. I don't know yet. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Right. This is mainly meant for stuff that I actually have. I'm actually like folding in here. And also if I want to like move actual bank definitions outside of like one main config, right? But I don't know yet. Yeah, and so in the global, I'm skipping over something. I'll come back to that in a second. So in globals, I've got a list of labels that I noticed that I just have wrong syntactically. These are things that are like in system RAM or the system registers or like mapper registers, for instance, right? Stuff that is available to every single bank, no matter the configuration, right? The current state of the mapper. That's what that's meant for there. I don't think I'll have ranges, global ranges. I don't think. I'm leaving that possibility open, but probably not. I don't know. Windows. This is going to be my attempt at handling mappers. I do not know if this will work, especially for the RAM. I don't know if it'll work for the RAM. But we're going to try it and see if it just makes a mess. It might. I don't know yet. But the idea here is to define an address range that is the line that is basically the bank window for that mapper, right? So for the study box, for instance, what I'm using as the baseline, or not the baseline, the guinea pig for this. There are two program ROM banks. There's the low bank starting at hex 8000. Going up to BFFF, and then there's the fixed bank starting at C1000, going to the end of the address space. The fixed bank is always the first available address space, right? In the PRG, and the low bank is swappable, right? So I've defined two separate windows here that different banks can be swapped into. I'll get to that in a second. But basically, just a name, start address, size, type, and it being the initial bank that's swapped in, if you want to call it that. We're not really swapping in code, mind you. It's basically just making the labels of that bank available, and if say some code from the fixed bank jumps into another bank, it will auto create labels in that other bank as well. Yeah, and again, like we're not like executing any of this code here. So that's the idea behind that. I don't know if it'll work, but we're gonna try. We're gonna see what happens. Then outside of the global bank, we've got the global block. We have bank blocks. These are these define the actual chunks of the ROM that I'm decoding and how I want to decode them A name to help identify for window stuff, the output file that I want to dump everything out to, the disassembly, the offset in the PRG, in the actual ROM, the address we are disassembling this in CPU address space, the size of it, obviously, bunch of labels, list of ranges, for things like, you know, like lookup tables or pointer tables to different things. I do want address resolution, or label resolution rather, in those pointer tables. So a bunch of the range stuff is the range settings and configuration is probably going to change once I get into the weeds of implementation. I have a not that vague idea of how I'll do it, but again, the devil's in the details. Yeah. An idea I immediately had, not sure if it's a good one, but might simplify some things. Some other global stuff could be a fixed bank mapped to that uses the bank syntax instead of duplicating it. I mean, so the global, I mean, it has to define a bunch of other stuff, like Windows. This is only in global, right? Includes are only in global, comments, this kind of shit, right? So the only thing that the global has that is also in other banks are just the labels. It's just this, and that's going to be reasonable code. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna make it easy to, you know, parse out and whatever. Don't worry, I'll get there. Don't worry. Don't worry. And yeah, and I do want to make comments not a pain in the ass to actually write. So in the example here, this is a multi-line comment that when dropped out to code will do something like get rid of all of that. It will output like that, right? So it will get rid of the extra space at the beginning. It will handle the comment character, so I don't have to put that comment character in there because DA65 didn't know how the hell to do that. And it won't cap it at 256 fucking bytes. That's an important one. Additionally, if a label does not have a name, I don't know if I'm going to implement like comment specific things, like, you know, labels, ranges, then comments. I don't know if I'll have that. But so for now, a label without a name but with a comment will drop down a comment as an anonymous label. But if that label isn't referenced anywhere, it won't actually give the syntax for the anonymous for the actual label itself. It won't put that colon in there, right? Yeah, there's gonna be some tweaking, I think, with the details with a little bit of this, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, I think. Yeah. So ranges, like I said, I'll figure out more of that once I get into you know, implementation. And then here, now these aren't definitions of windows. It's defining what's in a window starting from a certain address, right? So it's different syntax, different format than the definition up here. This is defining them, and then down here it's assigning stuff to them, right? One thing to consider, that's what I think I've wanted message sometimes, having both a multi-line subroutine comment and also a separate same line comment on the first instruction. Yes, I have wanted that. I'm not sure how I would handle that. But yes, I'm not sure exactly how I would do that quite yet. So I'll wait a little while so I can get a little further with ironing some stuff out, and then we'll see what would make sense at that point, right? Yeah. But yeah, I have absolutely want to do that. So for these, it's just a an address, a window, and then a bank to put in that window, right? So this is basically at this CPU address, we're gonna take this bank, the labels for that bank, and put them in this window, right? And now that I'm thinking about it, well, okay, so the window would actually be needed for figuring out if an auto label is actually in there or not. Yeah, so this won't like swap out any code or whatever, right? But it will make the labels of bank 1 versus like say bank 2 or whatever available to the bank that's currently being disassembled, and vice versa. The bank that's currently being disassembled, if it references anything in the address space of that window, it will create the label in that bank, right? Last year there I can see 2 purchases off the top of my head, but no idea which one would be better, or even something else. Right. Yeah, so I figure we can cross that bridge later. But yeah, and I'm not sure if this will work nicely. But I'm gonna try it. We're gonna try it and we're gonna see what happens. I don't know. And then similarly, this is in here kind of as a we'll see what the fuck happens. The study box has banked work RAM. Now there isn't any code to disassemble there. But I would like to be able to define variables in there. But I would need to like keep a line, well, not a line, but I would need to keep track of like what bank is swapped in or not. Now, Genius, how you doing? Why are you in your wheelhouse? What? I saw disassembler when I need to get my ass in there. Yeah, it's it was one of those like, this tool isn't doing what I want. Fine, I'll do it myself. So that's defining for which areas of the bank, which other banks are mapped at that time. Correct. Yes. Isn't that always the way? I mean, it's looking like that. But yes, so there are a bunch. So the approach of mappers that I had prior to this was, oh, I need to implement the mapper itself and figure out stuff like, so that means I have to implement that specific mapper, right? And I have to know how the fuck that mapper works, right? With this, it's just, hey, by the way, once you get to this address, I don't care about the details of the mapper and what fucking bits or bytes were written where. I don't care. We're just gonna force, all right, this bank is here now. How? I don't know. Shut up. It's there now. Right? That way, I don't need to implement every goddamn mapper that you come across to be able to disassemble it, right? Ads. I'm sorry about the ads. Thank you for the 9 months. I appreciate that. But yeah, so again, I don't know if it will work nicely or well.
Because of fucking ads. Laughing face.
Fucking ads. Yeah. I don't know if it'll work well, but we're gonna try it, see how it pans out. I don't know. Enjoy the 50 cents. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, and for a bit of clarification, this is the minimum config that I want to support. Right? So if just given this, I want to be able to disassemble stuff. Just a quick check. It's just 85 is a multiple of 5. Might not be prime.
It's the most powerful hacker of all time.
Yeah, I don't think it is. No. Thank you for 85 months. No.
Some quick checking suggests that
I appreciate
85,
that.
being a multiple of 5, might not be prime.
Not prime. Yeah. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. But yeah, so this is the minimum configuration that I think I will require. In the global, we need to know fucking what to disassemble, number one, or what file to look at, and then we need to know where to start putting that bank. right? And where we want to put the output, right? Where we want to put the output, what address is the first address that we're disassembling, right? Namely, knowing having the same code used in several other banks. Yeah, so that was brought up. So I dropped this on this configuration on Discord, and that was one of the things brought up. And the code that I've seen so far, namely with the Soseki Fami, is it's loading code into one address space and then moving code somewhere else and then calling it from there, but it's isolated, right? So sure, that data exists in both banks, but it's only ever run in one of those two banks, right? So in the first bank, right, it's got like a little bit of initialization and a copy loop essentially, right? And everything else in that bank is considered is considered data, not code, right? And it copies all that data, right, all the code, to where it's supposed to run. And once it finishes that, it jumps over to it, right? And then at that point, that loop that is now copied over there is just garbage data, right? I haven't seen yet, firsthand anyway, code that is duplicated across banks and run from different addresses. I haven't seen that yet. Yeah. And I know that there are mappers that like switch out the entire ROM space, the entire 32K, which means that there's duplicated code all over the goddamn place. Well, not all over the place, but specifically for the bank switching stuff. That has to be in the same spot in every bank for that, because once you write the register to swap the bank, you just swapped out the code you're running actively, right? So that needs to be the same. Like, I get that. But I don't know. I don't know. Like, that could be something that is handled by the global labels. But I don't know. For what I have in mind, since this config is just used for disassembling the reused code, now for labeling the banks the code runs with, it should be fine. Yeah. I just ended up using labels from one of the banks, which just kind of have the matched locations of the other banks for the code to make sense. Yeah, and I would think that some of that would well, I would think that code would need to be very carefully crafted in the first place to be able to be relocated, right? So like if that code has any kind of lookup right into a table, that table can't be in the same bank because the address of that table is going to change if it's mapped from one to the other, right? If that code has any jumps, that address can't change either, you know, like yeah. So I myself haven't seen any code that does that yet. It could very well be out there, and I'll cross that hurdle when I get to it. And another benefit of writing my own disassembler is it'll be easier to modify than someone else's fucking C code, you know. Just wait until there's code that jumps to a fixed address, but in a variable bank. Right? Some program somewhere does that guaranteed. I don't doubt that. But I have in mind doesn't have the code in multiple banks, just replaces the data the code uses by banking it out. Yeah, basically has to be careful to place data so the banks actually match. Yeah. You know. But yeah, I think that's one of the things that I can figure out when I eventually get there, if I get there, right? But yeah. Anyway, so so the actual code for this. So I currently this is all of the code that I have for the actual disassembly, right? Which is nothing. Cybers, how you doing? Because I needed to get the config parsed first to figure out what the fuck I'm disassembling, right? So I've got basically the same layout, or I have all the structures laid out for, you know, how this is all gonna work. And now that I'm seeing this, I realize I need to. Oh no, not like that. I need to make these. Come on, like that. Pointers to things. Like that, probably. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna make these all. I did it again. All these pointers here, just because. Well, just because this is probably gonna. So it doesn't bite me in the ass later. Actually, not even later. I think I like I said, I haven't started this code. I mind, but jumping to a variable bank seems relatively easy to handle as well with this human guided approach. You just have to tell the disassembler the code. There's code starting at that point in all those banks. Yeah. Yeah. The trick will be figuring out which banks, but that's why reverse engineering is a trivial task. Exactly. And again, like the reason that my previous attempts at disassembly, writing a disassembler failed was because I was trying to automatically figure all that shit out. Which isn't really all that. It's probably feasible, but it ain't easy, certainly. Right? Britt, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah. So. Anyway, so what I have so far is I have a lexer that throws shit over to a parser right here, which I haven't written really yet. So this is where we're going to be picking up. But let me go over what I have so far first. So the design of this comes from a talk that I saw, which is what sparked a bunch of this. It was an older talk about this very thing, building a lexer, but with Go, and kind of like Go idiomatically Go code or whatever, right? So he uses a channel. So the basic idea is the lexer and parser kind of work in lockstep, right? Lockstep with states. So we initialize the lexer, give it some data that we're going to read through. We're giving it a byte array because I don't care to figure out reader stuff for this, honestly. So we're just giving it a fucking byte array. It returns itself as well as a channel. This channel is then handed off, excuse me, to the parser. Maybe, possibly. Yes. Yeah. So I watched that. It's just a 14-year-old video. So I watched that, and it's not exactly the same, but it very closely follows that idea, right? There are some things I do want to add in there, like line and columns for where each token is. That's not implemented yet, but that is something I do want to get in there eventually. But yeah, I really like how he handles this stuff. Conet TV? Am I saying that right? Conet? But yeah, it's fascinating. So the basic idea is, you create the lexer for it, you give it a channel, right? And that channel is what communicates with the parser. So in the lexer, you have functions that will it's kind of like a bit of a state machine, right? So you have functions that will parse a thing and then return the next state, right? And that state is just a function that parses the next thing that's expected, right? So you have a base state, like the start, right? When you open a file, you start there. I have it as Lex state start, right? So this is basically looking for an identifier. That's what that's doing. Actually, I think this one is. I don't. Might be. It looks for a thing. Now that I'm looking at it, I don't think I have this right, but because the well, it's fine. It's fine. It'll work. It'll work. But yeah, so each parser function returns another function essentially and we just loop through it. And when we're done, we just return nil, and we're done, right? What's an easy one, right? So with like parsing identifiers, for this, just uppercase and lowercase ASCII, I'm accepting. These are the non-quoted strings, the keys, the input, MLB output, architecture. This will be one as well, which means I need to add in some numbers into that. Full, etc. Right? And then it emits out this token, right? And this accept run here. This does a bunch of making sure that or it just consumes all the valid characters. The valids are where we pass in. And I am decoding runes, so Unicode safe, right? It's all Unicode, whatever. I'm gonna think of a buffer scanner with a variable scan function. Yeah, something like that. No. That's the peak, but like his lecture didn't have a peak in it, but I wanted a peak, so I put a peak in there. But yeah, so once it figures out, okay, this is an identifier, right? It emits it. That emit right here creates the token and then sends it to the channel, and it blocks here if the parser isn't ready, because I don't have any, it's not a buffered channel, right? So it'll block there, which is fine, because when we call run, we need the parser already spun up and waiting, right? And the parser is basically sitting here, right? It's in its own run, in a for loop, waiting for the next thing, right? Grab the next thing and return it, right? Eventually it returns EOF, either from the channel itself or the channel is closed, and then it just emits its own EOF, right? And that's how we break out of all that. But in here is where a good bulk of, this is going to be our main loop for actually decoding the syntax of the config. That's what I need to be doing now. Anyway, so so the current state we're in, actually, you know what? Pratt parser? Pike, I think. Rob Pike? Pratt parser? I'm not sure. Pratt I am dog shit with names, so I don't know who that is. A bottom-up parser that interprets an operator procedure, operator precedence grammar. Most use operator precedence parsers to convert from human readable infix notation an order of operations in form that optimizes. So I'm not doing any kind of math in any of this. I'm not allowing any kind of integer math. This is a very basic, key value. Here's a list of key values, that kind of stuff. The the numbers in here are static numbers. They will not change in this file, right? This while it is a number, isn't an integer. That's an identifier, right? Start 8,000. That's an address. Hey, we're starting at this address. I'm not allowing you to do 8,000 plus 500 or whatever. I'm not allowing that. Because I don't see really a need for that in this configuration. So they're all static addresses, static sizes, that kind of thing. Now, all right. And now I'm so the code that I had that I'm using as a template for this up here. No, kind of. Where is it? Here. This is the code. All right. Yeah. So this parser, whatever, is figuring out this format here, right? And basically all this format is doing is ignoring the global entirely. It's saying, I don't give a shit about that. Oh, we found a label. Parse the label. Oh, we found a range. Parse the range. So it's very shallow. Everything's top level, right? So the states that I have is, okay, are we doing the thing? Do we find a this is even the right spot on the code. Do we find a label? Do we find a range? No, keep going. It's very dumb. It's very stupid. But yeah, so we will need some sort of state system, right? Jamaica, how you doing? Had another one. Thank you for 62 months. Holy shit. Thank you.
Hacker man.
Appreciate that.
He's the most powerful hacker of all time.
So in this top state, there's
Another one.
a few things that we can find. Lay down for a quick nap. Suddenly 2 hours went by. Whoops. Yeah, for me, I can't take naps because I just go to sleep at that point. This would be an 8-hour nap. I'll wake up at 3 in the morning. Ready to start the day. A few hours early. But welcome. How you doing? All right, so we can find comments. These comments are how are these actually defined? Hang on, let me go back to it because I forgot how I actually did them. All right, so right. So comments are single line only. So if I want multi-line, it has to have the common character on every line. And comment extends to the end of the line. Right? These are basically ignored wholesale on the parser end of it because I don't actually care about the comments. I didn't even put them in here. Look at that. Put that in there. Give me the probably most we're looking at this config along with assembly. Would you want the // or the colon comments? I mean, I could do both. Because that's just, you know, case that return Lex comment. Not really. So the separator, that's well, no, you are right. Yeah, actually, because that would be figured out. That would be hit in this spot. Well, not necessarily, actually. Not necessarily, because so the way I handle that up here. No. Here? Yeah, here. Nope, not here. Over here in the parser. Range. It requires a... Oh, I have the semicolon as its own thing. That's why. Which actually I do have the semicolon as its own thing. Do I allow key value comment? Yes. Yes, yes. But yeah, I realized I actually forgot the oh no, it's up here. I didn't forget it. Never mind. It's right there. Yeah, so for now I'm not going to allow semicolon comments. I don't think. Yeah, because that would throw some wrenches into this here with stuff on the same line, right? Yeah. But yeah, this is an example of one of the key value comments right there. Okay, so at this point, we are looking basically for a global. If we find comments, we're ignoring them. Switch item IDM typ, I think that's how I did that. What the hell is this? There it is. TYP, yeah. Are using something else as the separator, so probably best left as. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it as is for now. All right, switch on the type. Case. Lex. Comment. I'm pretty sure the entire comment is that label. So we're just going to continue. If it's a comment or if it's Lex space. Spaces are insignificant outside of strings. I'm counting new lines of spaces. Oh yeah, that's right. It's first week of your job. Nice. Tony did the tone deaf thing and mentioned a future product which would use AI, or should be able to. I'm sorry. Yeah, my boss brought up AI bullshit again today. Oh, you're gonna have a chat box. You can ask her a question, and I'll look at the fucking manual. I'm like, I didn't even respond because at this point I'm so fucking clocked out, right? So in previous years, I would resist certain things. Is a new line a space or a semicolon? Yes. There's so many chat by AI companies. It's not even, so that's not even what we do. We don't do that shit. We print and mail. But it's supposed to be a chat bot for internal bullshit. And I'm like, fuck you. Use Control F. Stop it. Former Adobe guy? Oh, no. Oh, no. Good luck with that. A friend of mine's work went total Copilot. He hates his fucking life. Oh, I'd quit on the spot. If they force Copilot down my throat, I am quitting on the spot. Like, full stop. No 2 weeks. It's, okay, goodbye. Here are my keys. Nuh-uh. I'm not doing that shit. I'm not doing it. He's coming out of retirement for the position? Oh, God. But yeah, so in years past, I resisted certain things, right? Specifically, moving work down, or moving jobs down to our Florida plant. Because our Florida plant is full of morons! Apparently, so is our New York plant. So is my plant, but don't worry about it. It's writing crappy HTML. My guess is it can't write. It absolutely cannot. That's the first thing I told my boss. So when my boss first started here, so he's only been at the company for like 2 years or a year, something like that, right? Florida being known for lack of moron. Yeah, Florida man. He's so close to it. He's looking at exit strategies right now. He's not planning on going back to programming after 30 years of doing it. Shit sucks. Oh yeah, I can absolutely see that. Yeah. So my boss, when he joined in, right? He was hired on as the CTO, right? And he had all these bright ideas for how to make things better or whatever. Little did he know the current at the time the CEO was about to sell the company out from underneath him, and throw all kinds of wrenches into his plans. But whatever. So he saw PLB and went, "Oh Jesus Christ, what the fuck is that?" And rightfully wanted to get away from it. Naively, he thought it would be easy. We all laughed in his face. So he turned to AI. Not being deterred, he's like, "Well, it'll help us rewrite it, so I want to try." I told him, "No, that's not going to work." A little while later, he asked me, he wants to see some of the source code. I knew exactly what he was going to do, so I'm like, all right, I'm going to set this fucker up for failure. I'm going to get some of the most complex bullshit code I can find in production. It's production code. And I'm kind of curious how badly this ChatGPT bullshit will handle this. This is before Claude was a thing, I think, right? So I zip up 2 separate snippets of code, self-contained snippets, right? I wasn't that evil where I was taking stuff completely out of context. It's all self-contained. I even included variable definitions and shit, right? I went out of my way to include those. And I sent it over, knowing full well that he would run it through an AI. And he did. And it completely shat over all the code, right? And he sends it back to me and goes, "This is what that did. How does this look? Haha, look what I did. Aren't you embarrassed now?" Kind of thing. Like, did I change your mind? So in a meeting, I opened it up in front of him and tore it to fucking shreds. Yeah, the AI thinks this is a pointer because there's an asterisk there. It's not a pointer. That's a control code. That means new line. This asterisk LL, that means logical length. That doesn't mean anything to you right now, because of course it doesn't. It only means anything in fucking PLB. No other goddamn language has this concept. And I went through it, right? And like, okay, it's opening a file. Who gives a shit? That's not what the code before was doing. Oh, and then I get down here. The one thing I was interested in this snippet that I gave it was this massive block of if-else bullshit nested 7 times or whatever, right? All customer-specific shit, right? If customer code equals this, do this. Else, if division is this, do this other thing, right? It dropped a comment. Add the customer-specific code here. And then it gave up. I told John, the one thing I was interested in it seeing stumble over, it didn't even fucking try. It didn't even try. Go to hell. I'm not touching it. Doesn't work. That still didn't convince him. So then I went, okay, I'm going to take a different approach. I want to try PLB for Kicks as open source. Where should I look? Unfortunately, it is not open source. Unfortunately. I wish it was, because then I'd be a lot more comfortable working with it on stream. Let me actually hang on. I'll code pull book samples over here. Vim simple pulls. Okay, this is some very straightforward, very simple syntax for PLB. It's basically poor man's COBOL, right? It is very heavily text-based. Everything seems to yell at you. Everything's a fucking string because shut up. It is fixed length for everything, right? So strings are defined with a length, right? Dim 10. Dim is string, essentially. 10 characters long, right? This one is however long this is, right? Again, 10 characters. This right here is a number. It's a 2-digit with a decimal point and then 3 decimal digits for a number. That's what that is. This is a 2 or 3-digit number. 2-digit when it's negative, 3-digit when it's positive. That has absolutely fucked over shit before. Where an account went so far negative, suddenly it was positive $1 million. It's stupid as hell and has broken. But yeah, so it's very, yeah, bipolar COBOL is a very good, yeah. The maybe sign type, yeah, basically. Free money hack, yeah. J3's how you doing? So yeah, so the language is constructed with, or programs are constructed with what are referred to as verbs, a thing to do, a command, an instruction, move or display or add or go to, right? If else, those are all verbs, right? And then each verb can have a variable number of arguments, right? This particular one assigns var1 to the value hello, right? Some questionable design choices were made. Things like there is no such thing as reserved words. So you can define an add label variable that has the value of 2. Else if having also the value of 2. Display, which is also a verb, having the value of hello. So you can do shit like move if from move, reset go to by if, bump go to. Move F pointer go to from if, reset go to, if equals else. Display end if, go to, if go to does not equal end if. What are the files of PLC and PLS? PLS is the source. PLC is the compiled program. It must run on a runtime. So it is not machine code, it is runtime code, right? And that runtime is not optimized. No, neither is the code, honestly. Very unoptimized. Very poorly done. So for an example, a year or two ago, I was doing some advent of code, right? And for this particular problem, it was one of those like, like find a number in this set or whatever the fuck, right? It was a lot of like add these numbers, compare result kind of thing, right? And I took a brute force attempt at this particular problem. I mean, once you knew the math for it, like you didn't need it was like a 4-step thing, right? But I put it in a for loop and just said, fuck it, try all the combinations, right? It's one of those kind of things. In Go, that took, I don't know, 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes of brute forcing, single-threaded, right? I'm not like going nuts with channels and multi-threading and all that bullshit, So a single sequence of execution, all sequential, right? Brute forcing this problem, 10 minutes. I took that code and I ported that code, the same style, over to PLB. 3 days later, it wasn't done with like half of it. After 3 days. PLB isn't great. How many people still know this stuff? Not many. So when I started, there were 3 other people that could actually write PLB at my company. One of them at the time, I think like just turned 70. He was part-time, working from home. Another one was mid to late 60s. Working from home. So this was right after 2021. So right after like the brunt of COVID, right? So my first 2 months were working from home. Yeah, the other guy was late 60s, I think. And he worked from home exclusively because his wife was immunocompromised. And he was not going to risk fucking any of that. This was cursing I've seen at least an hour. And then the third guy, I want to strangle. He's probably 10 years older than me, mid to late 40s. They could also write it, but unfortunately, he just did. He was high all the fucking time, and it showed in his code. So he retired, so he could take care of his wife. The other guy, the other ancient one, mid 70s now, I think, still on part time. He's still around. I've been self-medicating from having to read PLP. I mean, maybe, yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, and this doesn't even touch the comments. The comments are fucking brain dead. So a quick bit on. So my boss was like, "Oh, we can write a script to parse the PLB and make other things with it, right? We can write a parser and convert that into Python or Go or whatever the fuck, right? Surely we can do that." And I go, "No, we can't." And he goes, "Well, what do you mean?" And he goes like, "How do you know?" So, "I know because I tried." And immediately hit a roadblock. So comments here, right? We got the common character, and then to the end of the line, is the comment or whatever the fuck, right? Sure, that's fine. Common character, end of the line. WAS and PLB, no. That comment is valid. You will notice that the only thing separating the comment from actual code is a space character. That is because everything that does not belong to that verb is a comment. Because fuck you. Yeah, exactly. How do you even lex that? Exactly my dilemma. So right here, close out of that nightmare. So this is some string parsing examples, right? Getting a directory and a file name kind of thing, right? So for getting just the directory without the file, getting the file portion without the directory, and then getting the extension all out of a full path, right? That's what these are doing. This is a lot cleaner code, mind you. Meant to be a good, clean, whatever. All right, so where is last? This right here is saying it's a string index, right? Give me the index of the slash in this input string, right? Giving y. Put that index in y. Return. Return using result. The result is what's being returned.
And what's even worse than that is you end up with lingering doubts as to
That's now a comment.
chip is good.
That's bitten me in the ass
So don't be that person.
in production code
Time and
because I used giving instead of return.
much as you can.
This will not produce any errors or any warnings from the compiler. It will compile and not even tell you that there might be something wrong. But this giving, by the way, that's valid up here. It's gorgeous. Yeah. But you need to admit the right token type. Is it a verb or a comment? Yeah. Just say fuck it and output all possible tokens. Sounds like I have fun on Wednesdays. Yeah. So this is the code. This is the kind of code I work with. Or this is the language I work with daily. And it's even more frustrating. So okay, so we're currently in the process of moving a bunch of crap that's in New England down to new servers in Florida. And a lot of that is taking stuff that's in strings. I have a better example of some of the stuff. No. I should like this actually. This is a good one right here. So we've got assuming this is running on a Windows system, which for this particular case, all the stuff I'm working with is map drive and a path to some files and the files and some other shit, right? All this is changing because a lot of it isn't on a map drive. It's on some bullshit server that we're launching into the moon, right? Launching into the sun, rather. Yeah. Jojo, how you doing? Welcome. But it's the actual name of the server fucking hard-coded in the thing because of course it is, right? But that needs to change to, you know, the new server. But not only that, I don't want to have to change this in every fucking program again when inevitably we get another server. So what I did is I mapped a drive for that, right? D customer bullshit, yada, yada, yada. I'm doing next question. Yeah, fair. And these things are hard-coded fucking everywhere, right? So what I've been doing is, you know, like making a variable up somewhere, you know, like a customer path kind of thing. And that's going to be over in D customers or whatever, right? And then, you know, in the actual code, I'm removing that and then being like, oh, no, we're gonna pack it with, you know, this and the customer path or whatever, right? So the next time it changes, I don't need to go through the code and change all the hard-coded bullshit. I can just change it once and it'll change it everywhere, right? So I was saying like how these things take time to my boss, and he's like, all right, well, I'll have so-and-so help you from Rome or New York, right? And I'm like, I guess, but he doesn't know PLB. He's like, oh, just show him anyway. Fucking fine. So I say, like, all right, well, we're changing these UNC paths to map drives, and we're changing, you know, the like CSR email from, you know, user at oldco.com, from that to user at newcompany.com, right? Right? That kind of stuff. This isn't like PLB specific. This is fucking emails. The first attempt, you forgot the at, broke every fucking email address in the file. Send it off like it was all good. Like, here, check this. Motherfucker, you didn't even read. You didn't proofread the shit you did. The find replace that broke everything. So I nicely pointed out a bunch of things like, hey, this is wrong. This email address needs to stay the same because it's fucking GPG shit and you can't change that. Don't get me started on that. These are incorrect. This is incorrect. This is wrong, kind of thing, right? And it was screenshots and, you know. Oh, and by the way, don't use the UNC path anywhere. Use the map drive. So the next file he sends me was that. The correct format for this was that. This is a guy that's a alleged Windows environment programmer that doesn't know fucking Windows paths. I about threw my keyboard across the goddamn room. And I went, fuck it, I'll just do it myself. And then he didn't even change like the shit that like he didn't change a bunch of other shit, right? Things like using so we console out to other programs all the goddamn time, right? If you want to zip something, well, PLB doesn't know what the fuck a zip file is, so you know we use WZ unzip or some shit, WinZip unzip or whatever. Fuck WinRAR or WinZip, whatever the fuck it is. I hate that program. It's garbage. So changing that to 7-zip, right? And he's like, well, I don't know that. I can't change that because I don't know this and that. I gave you the command, the before and after, and you can't change that? Fine, whatever. By the way, there's also this PGP program, this PGP desktop that hasn't been, that was defunct a decade ago. That one, yeah, we're getting rid of that. We're using PGP or GPG instead. Oh, I don't know that this, that. What the fuck you mean you don't know it? -- help gives you the fucking help. It's not rocket science. So he didn't even touch any of that shit. He goes, well, you can test it without the whole zip thing, right? I'm like, no! The first thing the program does is unzip the goddamn file so it can read it. What do you want about? I'm not arguing. I don't give a shit. I'm just doing it myself because he's not going to do it right. And I can't trust. If he can't get an email address correct, if he can't get a Windows share path correct, I'm not trusting any of his code. Full stop. I'm not. He's a moron. I don't care. Like he did not read the thing he did a control R on. Control R for replace, right? He did not proofread the thing he did a find replace on. He just fucking sent it. Took 2 seconds to do a find replace. Didn't even fucking look at it. And sent it off like it'd be all good. Completely ignoring all of my instructions. Straight up ignoring all of them. So yeah, he sent me another one the other day. I prefer I prefer a drink. And no, I would not prefer AI. No, I prefer nothing at that point. I prefer to just do it my fucking self. At that point, right? Because yeah, he did fucking nothing. He just made it worse. He ignored my instructions, did his own thing, and didn't even fucking proofread. Hell no, how can I get out of this and do that and get him to do it himself instead? He fucking offered in the first place. He offered to help. And when I push back a little bit, being like, that's not really going to help too much because that's, not the real bottleneck, they're still pushing, oh, but this helps, right? And this is before I honestly took a look at a lot of the code. I had seen his previous attempts at one thing, like, no, that's not really right. I didn't see his updated attempt, so I didn't know he ignored all of my fucking instructions. And I'm like, well, I mean, sure, fine, whatever. So he is doing work on this shit, and that I'm outright ignoring. I'm not even touching it. I am moving it out of the way, and I'm doing it my fucking self, because no, I cannot trust his work at all. And then while talking to some coworkers, I found out that he doesn't consider. Well, shit. Today, he said it himself. I think in the meeting, he doesn't consider himself a fucking programmer. What the fuck you doing modifying my source files? Fuck you. Get out of here. If you don't consider yourself a programmer, you don't like doing it? You like working in GMC being a script kiddie instead? Because it doesn't feel like programming? Fine, do that. Stay away from the work I'm trying to do, though, because you're just making a mess. Go to hell. Was his role? I thought it was. Now I'm doubting that. Right? So this guy isn't someone that I have worked with in the past, because he's in a different plant. Right? He's up in New York. I'm in New England, the greater Boston area. He's in upstate New York somewhere. And their stuff, by the way, is not written in PLB. It's written in Fox Pro. Soon after the AI company that makes cloud. Yep, they're angry people are using their AI API keys from their cheap plans on other AI editors. Yep. So prevent it. So fucking ironic. Companies whose entire business model is based on industrial scale theft is angry that they have theft. I saw that and laughed. I laughed. Went good. Fuck you. Bleed money. But yeah, so I don't trust anything. Yeah, unlike Fox Pro, PLB, hilariously enough, still has active vendor support. Not only that, they have a YouTube channel. It's closed source and there's a company selling licenses. Yes. Actually, I think this has happened since I've started. So it wasn't the case before I started at my current job. But I think another vendor has either open sourced or freewared their compiler suite. Fox will never die. No, Delphi. Yeah. Legacy will never die. 30 subs. Can you guess who half of those probably are? Google Calendar integration, AI agent. Yeah, okay, so the thing with that, PLB, so yeah, the thing with all that, by the way, all the PLB is doing is launching a web view window that loads up some fucking HTML that actually does the JavaScript bullshit. It's hilarious and sad. And unfortunately, all of the current coding efforts are all going into the fucking that bullshit and the IDE. And I don't use the IDE because it's garbage. This editor is trash. I mean, it works, sure. I mean, it you can step through shit and whatnot. But I can't stand using this thing. I can't stand it. It's going, oh boy, it's got Git integration. Sure. Oh, that's not even this. This is some other shit. That was something that they recently added was Git integration. Now. Even compresses spaces for you. Oh god, that's a runtime thing. But yeah, it's and a lot of it's focused on the UI, the GUI stuff, which my company doesn't use at all. It doesn't use it at one bit. Everything is console. My company, we don't use any of the one of the guys, the younger guy that knew PLB that left, the guy that was always high, the stoner. He started using some of the UI stuff. I've been ripping all of it out because it's half implemented and shit. It just made things worse. I'm like, no, absolutely not. Every time I see it, I'm like, nope, ripping that out. I've been released from Perforce for now. First time they use Git and GitLab. So my company was acquired last summer. The new owners, they have kept up with technology the past 20 years, where my old company had not. They use GitLab. And I'm excited to talk to somebody that has used Git before I mention it, right? So far, every other place that I've worked has not used fucking Git. I've been the one introducing, hey, by the way, we should probably look at this. And every time it's blown up my fucking face because I'm terrible at that kind of introduction shit. My company doesn't use source control. Or the old company. My plant. None of the PLB, almost none of the PLB, is in any kind of source control whatsoever. The code that is in source control is because of my direct actions. Is because I put it there. Myself. Program underscore 2026 final 3 PL. Basically, yes. File system source control. If it exists, sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes. Other times, fuck it, we'll do it live. With the more recent changes that are happening and the speed at which my boss wants this shit done, fuck it, I'll do it live. I am so far beyond giving a shit. I'm like, all right, fine, I don't care. I'll run the damn thing in debug mode live. Fucking let's go. I'll step through it live and get this shit out the door. Coming via review video. Oh God! Don't give them ideas. No, don't give them ideas. Don't do that. God. Oh. I could see him doing that too. I could 100% see him opening up and editing code in fucking Microsoft Word. Memory procedures you have to test. Ooh. Lucky you, Mr. Fancy Pants with a fucking dev environment. Then something really cool and really horrifying. So we have, so we own ZBrush. It was originally written by an artist who wasn't a programmer. The guy somehow wrote one of the most performant software rasterizers ever. Oh my God. But the files are a ton of C macro. Oh no. As he didn't know much about templates, so he got a bunch of defines and then includes the files itself, and people are scared to touch it and accidentally break it, resulting in slow dev when touching that code. That's horrifying. Oh my God. Dev and test had no testable data. Quick can figure out how to test and test. That's another thing that apparently West Coast being the new owners have. A QA team. That must be nice. A separate team to test things and another team, a third team to actually deploy? Holy shit. Not only am I writing code, I'm testing it live, deploying it, fixing it when it breaks. I'm doing all of it. Horrifying but impressive. Yeah. We need the person to shake his hand and strangle him. Oh. It's not a programmer who didn't know much about programming when he started. Yeah. The QA team is nice, except that they don't know shit. And I have to look up how to get their system set up for them. Okay, well, I'm okay with getting a system set up or whatever. Fine. Right? Okay, that's 30% I don't have to do. So, yeah. So why is the whole thing in PLB? Hardware prints with stuff? With it? So it's in PLB because this company is old. One of the code bases that is still active for a very large bank, investment bank. So back up a little bit. The company that I work for is a print and mail company where our customers are largely financial institutions. Or financial adjacent, so like water bills and shit like that, right? Utility bills. But we also do a lot of like bank statements, refund checks. So we actually print money essentially. And we've been doing this for a while. One of the oldest code base that I maintain The dates on the comments start in 1993. That's when they started putting comments on there. In 1993. It's a little old. Funnily enough, the print format that program generates not only predates PDF, but also predates PostScript. Are you a programmer or archaeologist? So, funnily enough, one of the titles I gave myself was a software archaeologist. I actually said that to the new company's CTO, because he asked me like what my position was, right? And I go, well, officially, I'm a senior software developer, but when people ask me, I usually like to say that I'm a software archaeologist, because I'm digging up old code with no documentation, and the author's dead or retired. Same difference. He got a kick out of it. He got a good kick out of it. Oh. We've been doing this for over a year, and they ended up being wrong half the time. The only good QA person we poached is now a junior dev. Oops. A little more of a time sink. Okay. The only good thing there for is taking the blame is only off the devs and telling it's broken. Broken gets out the prod. All right. Something the AI thing, which wouldn't actually require you to use AI in the program. There's very little AI in the company, which I'm happy for. Oh yeah, so that is all. That is a hype grab. That's all that's trying to be, right? Just being like, oh yeah, look, we can do AI too. Look, guys, look. It's literally just open up a fucking web page that's like the fucking chatbot. It's literally all it is. The actual runtime has fucking none of it. Yeah, a tone deaf hype grab. That's 100%. Like this is fucking like look, it's HTML. It's fucking HTML, JavaScript. Like, huh? What are you doing? This is all JavaScript right here. Not even PLB. Sunbelt PLB chatbot. No, that's a JavaScript chatbot with Sunbelt launching the window. That's all that is. Oh, you don't even see the code, do you? Is this code on GitHub? They have one of those, by the way, which is hilarious. No. Why don't they have their fucking GitHub actually linked here? No. Okay, hang on. It's gonna be stars. Or no, it's I'm following them, aren't I? Hang on. How do I list people I'm following or list things I'm following? Was it a star? Oops, was it a star? Maybe it was a star. Here we go. Here's some samples. AI. Okay. Chat Gemini that pulls. What is this doing? GUI bullshit. Okay. GUI bullshit. Client JSON data dim 200. Fuck off. API key encryption on. What the fuck does that even mean? Oh, I bet you that's like base 64 bullshit. Code start. Call main loop event wait repeat stop. Okay. So where's main? Check status. What the fuck is this? GUI. Clock runtime version. What the fuck is even the sets GUI, sets web server, sets PLB server. That's win hide. GUI bullshit. There's a lot of like just GUI bullshit. Load support HTML. Okay. GUI glue. A little bit more glue for GUI stuff, I think, right? I don't know what the fuck these cards are. So you're following Sodium, please don't tell them about POP. I've been following him for a while. I haven't been able to show up in his streams recently, but yeah. Chat event. Okay, what is this doing? Scan, chat response. In JSON data. Where's the actual JSON or the is actually doing this? Pull. What the fuck is oh that's the UI bullshit. Embed. Same fucking boilerplate code that's got in here. It's all GUI wrapper shit. JS call dim 4096. Okay. Here's some HTML. Here's where all the actual heavy lifting is in fucking JavaScript. That's where it all is. Look at all that. There's more JavaScript code than there's PLB code in this. No. That bullshit. Anyway, but yeah, so that's the bullshit I have to deal with at work. We are trying to move away from it. It's slow though. Like I said, one of the largest program we have is also the oldest from the early 90s. The main source file for that has 35,000 lines of PLB code. It's spaghetti to the moon and back. They calls a handful of other programs. One of those is 15,000 lines long. Yeah. This code clearly shows the standard PLB style doesn't use indenting for code blocks. Says ifs. Yeah, I hate it. Oh my god. So that's something that is a royal pain in the ass. So for whatever the fuck reason, the indent size like isn't standard across fucking PLB. I think it like the default's 8 or whatever, but because of the SunEdit editor, which is not that IDE, they saw Vim and saw what modal editing is, and then did it bad. They did it poorly. It's a console program, right? Locked to fucking a specific screen size, which is tiny. Something like 80 columns, 24-ish rows, right? Bullshit. So because you don't have a lot of screen real estate, a lot of the code isn't indented very far. So you have indents that are like 1 or 2 spaces. And it's wildly inconsistent. Fucking wildly inconsistent in the same fucking file. You'll have shit, no joke, that's indented like this. No joke. Shit is like that all over the place in this code. And it's a nightmare trying to figure out where the fuck this if statement ends, because that if statement is 2,000 lines long, and there's 7 more levels of if statements, and there's a bunch more, and it's a mess. An absolute spaghetti mess. Yeah, 35,000 lines of that bullshit. It's atrocious. Atrocious. That's not what I wanted. No, that's the wrong button. No, fuck, no. I wanted to turn off that. God damn it. That's not what I wanted to do, you bastard. Ah! Stop. Confirm. I wanted to turn that off. Damn it. But yeah, so it's an absolute spaghetti mess for every fucking program that's indented just fucking with the dice roll, it feels like half the time. And it's so bad. It's in fact that's why I knew that writing a parser for that language was going to be was a bitch and a half. That's why I wanted a linter. I wanted something that would just re-indent a fucking file and not, you know, break it, obviously. So I need to be able to parse it. And that's when I found out that that's not an easy task. So now I figure after I get a little bit more comfortable with stuff like this, I'll try again. Preprocessor could probably help already, maybe. I don't know. So there's some stuff you have to be very, very, very careful with because it has something called tab compression, which takes spaces and turns them into tab characters. Now, normally you just want like a tab there, right? Or maybe if you're feeling weird, that's not what I want to do, actually. Control V, tab. You'll have them, you know, in here, right? Right? Maybe you'll put them inside like that, right? Inside being in the line, not just prefixed for the tab indentation or whatever, right? Use them to line up everything else as well. Unfortunately, that's not what this means. Tab compression will replace any sequence of spaces that end on a tab stop or that has a tab stop in there with the tab, including inside of string constants. Which means if you re-indent a string, say properly, which means removing a space to make it line up with the tab stop or whatever, right? You now just change the size of the string. The bytes in that string technically didn't change. In the source file, the bytes inside that string did not change. All that changed was the location on that line, right? But because it is now lined up with the tab stops differently in the file, that tab either gets removed or no, that tab is still in there, but it changes size, right? Maybe just rolled over to the next tab, so now it's the full 8 width instead of 1 or whatever, right? PLB, when reading all this stuff, takes into account the tab stops and expands those tabs into individual spaces and then interprets the string. It's disgusting. So if you want an actual tab in code, like say you want to have a CSV but tab separated or whatever, right? You want to split the line based on tabs. You can't put a tab in quotes and say, hey, I want to split on this, because you'll be splitting on 8, 4, whatever spaces. And that doesn't make any sense, because that's more than one space. That's more than one byte. So you have to like define it as a number character variable, basically, right? And give the hexadecimal notation for the tab character. Because /t doesn't work, by the way, because that's not how escapes work in PLB. The only thing you can escape or quote-unquote force... Actually, I'm not even sure on this one now. You force embedded quotes, right? So it's not the backslash, but it's the pound symbol. I wonder if you can actually do that with tabs now. I don't know. Maybe. I'll have to try that. Next time I'm at work. Getting a bank account and they're going a bit too hard on security. Uh-oh. First, it took 2 weeks after creating the account to receive 2 letters, one with an account code and one with a one-time PIN. Okay, got those. I go to log in. Need to connect an external device for security. Sure, should be easy, right? Well, because they want to be sure it's for me, they need to send another letter with another one-time code just to access the online banking. Happy about the security, but damn, that's a lot. That's you can't show up at a branch and have someone, verify your identity there and fucking set up a the authenticator or whatever with that. Like in person at the branch, you can't do that. I would require an appointment. It's either an appointment or, 2 weeks lead time. They've all been emails. Technically, sure. But the email isn't necessarily associated with your mailing address. Whereas if you get a letter, I mean, that's the mailing address, right? Yeah, email is highly insecure, right? Highly insecure. That, and there's no assurance that, email is neither secure nor reliable, right? And there's no assurance that a given email address is associated with, one residence, right? Not that physical letters aren't necessarily very secure either, but at least they're not easily hackable electronically. Yeah, there's more legal protection around physical mail than there is with email, certainly. Being, federal offense for a lot of that stuff, especially here in the States. I'm not entirely sure about overseas, but here in the States, it is a federal offense to tamper with U.S. mail. As far as I'm aware, USPS has their own police force to enforce a bunch of that, or investigation team or what have you. Yeah, mail fraud is a thing that can get you in a lot of trouble. Right? Because, you just did fraud. All right, but you sent it through the mail. That's suddenly a felony now. Good job. That fraud case would have been criminal if you just, didn't mail it, but you mailed it via U.S. mail. So now it's a federal crime. Good job, fucker. And the reason it was initially set up in 2 letters was that they were supposed to arrive in 2 different days. For security, both ended up in my post box on the same day. Oops. Yeah, because that was probably householding. Or some form of householding, right? So, one of the things that my company does is, if the same person at the same address is getting 2 statements for 2 different accounts, right? I forget exactly what the credentials are to the not credentials, the requirements are to household. But if those requirements are met, instead of mailing 2 envelopes, those 2 statements are put together and put in the same envelope, right? Householding. So it's possible that they sent the mail to a sorting house, and that sorting house saw 2 separate pieces of mail. And maybe like the first piece didn't come in and get immediately processed, right? But by the time the second piece of mail came in, they had enough to batch process that customer or whatever. So they batch process it, and during that, I love how the IRS wasn't enough to make criminals pay. They added USPS to that list too. Well, it's more of USPS is a federal agency, right? And in their operations, shit crosses state lines all the time, and one state's laws don't necessarily aren't necessarily enforceable in another state, right? So at a certain level, when you're crossing state lines, it's no longer a state crime, it's a federal crime, right? Because it crosses jurisdictions, right? So it defaults to the higher jurisdiction that encompasses both of them, right? There's obviously a bunch of nuance in that, and I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but that's the basic gist of it, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Now that I've vented for about an hour or so, I'll write on the line of code. So if you mail your tax form and not fill your illicit income, can they be charged with from both the IRS and USPS? Good question. Maybe, but a lot of the stuff is I don't think you can. I haven't done them yet this year, but I need to actually look into those because they changed it from last year. Because last year you were able to file directly with the IRS without having to go through some third-party bullshit. This year, I think they removed that, so you have to go through fucking TurboTax or Quicken or some bullshit third-party to file your taxes, and that shit's all online. Yeah. Again, I haven't done them yet this year because I haven't gotten the paperwork for it yet, so I had to wait for that. Oh yeah, those companies are lobbying very hard, and it pisses me the fuck off. Cause their entire business model is, we'll file your taxes if you just pay us some money, right? And if taxes are easy to follow, easy to understand, and easy to file, they aren't needed. So they need to make themselves needed. Best way to do that is to make the tax code completely innavigable by someone that doesn't do it for a full-time job, and make it not possible to directly file. What they've done, the bastards. I don't know what the number was for last year, but I don't know. I've 2-ish years ago, a year or two ago, some numbers came out of how many changes to the tax code happen in a year, and the number was, I don't know, 300 something. It worked out to like more than one per business day of changes to the tax code. And it was an interview with like some IRS worker, right? And the IRS guy's like, yeah, you cannot keep up with this. Actually, it is legitimately, literally impossible to keep up with all the changes because there are just so many, right? And that's one thing that really pisses me off too. It's just like funding isn't given to that kind of thing, and the lobbying is allowed to continue. And yeah. Insane countries, the country handles it for you. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So for me, even if I move to one of those sane countries, I still have to file U.S. taxes. So long as I am a U.S. citizen, even living abroad and working for a foreign country that, let's say, doesn't even do business with the U.S., I still have to pay income tax. Which is fucking bullshit, if you ask me. Fucking bullshit. One question on making my bank account was, are you a U.S. citizen or hold a green card? Yeah, because they want their fucking money. Bastards. They want their fucking money so they can invade the next country. That'll just piss me off more. All right. I need a ident. Parse ident. P.dot parse ident. Default. Invalid config. We're gonna drop the item for now. I'll have a better error message later. Oh. A lot of European banks won't even give you a loan when you're American. Yeah, I don't blame them. I don't blame them. No. Yeah, because then they have to deal with the U.S. tax system, and that's just not a fun thing to deal with, you know? Bullshit. How do I handle this with the other thing? Return an error. Yeah, I'll just return that. If error is not equal to nil, actually, we'll do it here. Error equals. Brain also go back to ISAs. Now I want to make my own and put it on FPGA. ISA. Hey, if you have a hang on. Where is it? There it is. Oh, shit, hang on. Oh fuck! I messed up the stack. Oh god. If you have one of these are FPGA. Do you want to try ahead at making a proper study box mapper? I would love that. Apparently, it's really easy to develop mappers for that thing because you can just give like the I don't know what the proper parlance for it is, but the binary for that's uploaded to the FPGA. You can just give it the same name as the ROM, and it'll just load it with the ROM. Because that'd be nice. That'd be nice to be able to play study box stuff on the EverDrive. But I don't even know where to fucking begin for that kind of shit. It's one of those things that I would like to be able to do, but I don't even know where to fucking begin. I've had a look at Verilog, is it? That language that you use to write FPGA stuff, and my eyes went fucking glazed over. Doesn't make any goddamn sense to me, so no. Actually, for the hang on. Let's go back up here. Oh no, this is just gonna be. It must be ident. And then we're gonna. Okay, yeah. All right. So no on this. If, well, no, this is fine. Do that. Global. Like that? Yeah. Look at the wiki, Verloc doesn't seem that bad. Yeah, the language itself doesn't seem that bad. I just don't understand what the fuck it's doing. You know? NFHA learning somewhere requires a proprietary synthesizer though. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't even really know where to start. Case. Bank. Parse. Bank. And then the last one, case RAM bank. Parse RAM bank. And then outside of that, invalid block. Oh, no, val. It does require a slightly different mindset than computer programming, though, in large part due to the parallel processing being the default instead of something you do explicitly. Yeah, because it's electrical signals and shit, right? Yeah. Yeah. Actually, this I can just do that, can't I? Yup. All right, so for global, parse global error. So we basically are looking for an ident and then doing things based on that. Doing different things based on whether or not we want a string, another identifier, or a list. Wow. It is also that in a CPU you define what to do with data with changing instructions, while in an FPGA you define the data flow with fixed instructions. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a different ball game altogether. All right. Yeah, item dot. No. P dot next. Item equals P dot next. If item or for item equal item dot type equals space. Actually, I don't even know what item is. Hang on. I haven't actually compiled any of this yet. I don't even know if this is actually compile. I don't even have a make file. Clean RM bin star. All command. No, all bin dasm. Tidy. Make. Unexpected keyword struct. Expected open parentheses. Parse. Number 9. Not number 9. Parse. Type. All right, bunch in Lex. Config Lex. Too few values instruct. What do you mean too few values? Instruct literal. Okay, fine. Type val. Undefined state lowercase. Undefined IO. Fair. That was in a different file. As in config read. Back to, well, read 13, already in here. Too few return, nil that, yeah. The same thing there, yeah. Oh, fuck. String importer not used. Lex. No, it's just here. That's gonna be in parse instead. 44. Cannot convert rune to function. What? Oh. Emit error, undefined. Oops. Item equals Lex item type equals Lex error val equals message parse string convert not used. Oh, because I don't do the number parsing yet. That's why. Buff IO import not what? Oh, that's in reader. Yeah, 53. All right. E. Buff IO. Undefined file name. I'd read. Yeah. Not enough. I was to call. OS exit. Oh, what the fuck? Command main. Undefined DASM. There we go. Jesus. Okay. Oh. Let me hit the bathroom quick. I'm gonna refill this. I'll be right back. All right. Ugh. Okay. All right. So it compiles now. Command this guy reads config, and then this will blow up. Okay. So what happens if I bin DASM sample config? Okay. Not what I was expecting. Which one was that? Was that no, it's not that one. This is the okay. All right, okay. Because it doesn't even get to the parse because it hasn't. The read hasn't started anything yet. Config parse. And this is what needs to actually handle launching the parser and the yeah, so okay. All right. So let me go over here. No, over here. Command main. I'm going to take in the same idea here. Kind of. Yeah, new Lexer, and then l.run, and then firing with the parser, and then running that one. As that code base I'm working on has almost 200 occurrences of the word fuck. A lot of it in the anti-tamper system. Okay, so I need to start with the Lexer. Lchan equals new Lexer raw Lexer l dot run. That'll start that up. Go l dot run. Need that. And then p new parser. Let's do it like this. Items. And then p dot run like that. Error equals. If error is not nil, return nil and the error. Otherwise, return p dot config and nil. P dot run undefined because it's lowercase. Same for this one, I think, right? Go to hell. You know what? Let me make that one capital. And make them both capital. P.run returns 2 values. Does it really? Oh, that returns the config. Okay, that's fine. If you get an error, do you have a way of stopping the Lexer go routine, or are you assuming that any error will exit the program anyway? Any error is going to exit the program anyway. And that's running a go routine, so once the parser returns and kills the program, that routine dies. No. So it's fine, probably. Open bracket, boom. Okay. All right, that's fine. So all I do is, yeah, okay. If item dot type does not equal Lex open bracket return error F. And then for item equals p dot next switch item dot type. Actually, that always needs to be an identifier. Well, if item dot type equals lex comment. Continue. If item dot type equals lex EOF. Really EOF. If item type does not equal lex ident. Yeah, what should be too hard to add anyway? Yeah, so that. Okay, so now we know it is an ident type. So switch strings dot to lower item dot val. Am I importing strings in here, by the way? I am. Okay. Case. Input. MLB output. Include. Yeah, for these we will parse out a string. Case. Architecture or comments. These are identifier things. Actually, these need to be separate because they're grabbing different bits. Well, hang on. Case, windows, or labels. Default. Okay. So parsing out the string. Item equals p dot next. If item does not item dot type does not equal lex string. S expects a string. Prev dot val. And then we're gonna do another switch strings dot to lower prev dot val. Spaces? I think so, yeah. We'll find out. I probably need to do so here. Yeah, we'll find out in a minute. Actually, I think P next might. Oh, maybe not. This is where I put it though. If no, 4. If item dot type equals lex space or item dot type equals lex comment. Continue. Ignore it. Yeah. How about that? That works, right? Ignore all spaces and commas. I don't care. case input p dot config dot input equals item val. If it is MLB output, whenever there's an O and a U next to each other and the O is capitalized and the U is not supposed to be capitalized, 9 times out of 10 I accidentally also capitalize the U. Include. These I think actually I need to fix something real quick actually. In here, because I don't have any includes. Nope, that needs to be in the global. Include. Equals append. Yoink. Paste that. Okay. Architecture comments. Prev equals item. Item equals p dot next. If item dot type is not equal lex ident s expects an ident prev dot val. Switch. For this, I might actually want to grab the actual instruction set that I'm parsing or disassembling and attach that to the config and not have just a, what's it? A, config architecture type, not one of these. I might want to actually get a full instruction set. Like the actual array of instructions and all that shit, right? For now, we'll just do, we'll change it later once we get to that, but for now, okay. Item dot val, change that to lower item dot val. Case 6502. Actually, no, I don't want to do that there. Case p dot config dot architecture architecture, right? Yeah. Equals arch 6502. And I can paste full and then SBX Um, okay. Comments. Give me a similar idea. Switch strings dot to lower item dot val case none case none p dot config dot comments equals none, comment level IOTA, comment standard, comment full. Dulhan, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome. How you doing? How's your week been? All right, none. Standard or STD, I'll accept both. And then this one's going to be full. Default. Item not val. Okay. And then for these guys, I'm gonna want to, I think, just have separate parse functions for both of those, the windows and labels. So let me case like that. I'll help brother with that to avoid a need to repeat the p next error checking. What, like this right here? That's fine for now, I think. Quite fine. Yeah, I'll appreciate that. All right. Windows. Well, for Windows and labels. I'm dot p next. Actually, for this, I think I'm just going to drop into vals error equals p dot parse. What window defs. Yeah. If error is not nil, return error. Otherwise, p.config. These return errors are going to be incorrect because I need to return nils everywhere. P.config dot global dot Windows equals vals. Okay. Yoink, paste, parse, labels. I think that's it for the global stuff, more or less. No. If item dot typ equals let's close bracket break. That's our exit right there. Comment or semicolon. Continue. Should be fine. Okay. Syntax error. 114. Fair. 142. Where's that one? Right there. Include undefined. Config has no field or method include on 111. That is because. Oh, yeah. Parse window does undefined. Parse labels undefined. Yeah. Yeah. P. Parser. Parse window. Parse window. Defs. Error. Yoink paste. Labels. No def and error. Label and error, and those need to be lists or slices, excuse me. Keep forgetting shit. There it goes. Okay. And let's also make file. Okay. Architecture expects ident. What did it get? Got whatever that is. Item dot typ. I mean, okay. You know what? Okay. Yeah, okay. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. All right. I had a feeling that wasn't gonna work. That's yeah. Okay. Sure. Actually, for the ident though, I do need. Yeah, fair enough. Not exactly what I wanted, but yeah, fair enough. Lex ident. Okay, so this adding numbers in there means the identifier can have numbers, but technically it will accept identifiers that start with a number. However, it won't trigger that state without starting with a letter. So in that case, and item dot type does not equal lex number. Now, even though it's a lex number, it is still a raw string value. It's not parsed into a number yet, so I can still do this bullshit. We're gonna say expects ident still. I'm gonna keep that. It's fine. Window boom. Good. Okay. It got down to the window. All right. You know what? Hang on. Vim, no. Config read. The run returns that. Return the config anyway. Who cares? Because I want to see what's in there when it shits itself. That's going to be... Nope, not from up there, actually. Command main. Printf %pound v new line config. Okay, it's in there. Aha! Beautiful. Setbox bin, setbox MLB. Include common config. This is actually working so far. This is fantastic. Oh my god. Architecture being 0 is correct there. Well, I have full comments in the sample config, don't I? I do. Yep, okay. So that's also correct there. This is good. Can I get? Well, that's fine. Switch arch. Case. Arch 6502. Link paste. Full. Link paste. SPX script. Unknown. It still doesn't do that. All right, that's fine. Whatever. God damn it! Foreground of that. Whatever. Okay. So now I need to actually implement more shit now. But this works. This is exciting. It's working so far. All right, window defs. So that is a list. Item tm equals p dot next if item dot typ does not equal lex open square, return nil format dot error f. Let's place a list. And then do it on the 4 here. Item equals p dot next. And that needs to be one of these basically. Yay, nested loops. If item dot type is not equal to let's open bracket before that, if item dot type equals let's close square break. And if it's not, then open bracket. Got that. Got item. I don't care. It's fine. And then nested loop. Woo! Item dot equals p dot next. If item dot type equals lex close bracket break. Stress, yeah, it's fine. It's fine, probably. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. It's fine. It's fine. If item type is not equal, lex ident lex ident got. These error messages are just so all over the fucking place. Switch. Oh, and then hang on. When is window def. Cause I need one of them like that actually. Cause I need to like actually add to the damn thing. Yeah. Switch item not val. Unless you customize each case better. As I said, it's something I tend to overdo. Yeah. Yeah, and this is like a learning experience for me as well, right? So this is the first time I've done this. I've been this in depth in a parser, right? So we're figuring out how it works. We can fix it later. It's fine. Case. I need a strings dot to lower on that. Case name. When dot name equals item dot val. No. Key item val equals p dot next there. Okay, if name case name if val dot type does not equal lex string require string. And then we can do win dot name equals val dot value. Val dot val. Oh, that's not confusing. That's fine. Case. Start. Numbers. Let's go. All right. So I am going to want a generic number parsing thing. I'm picking up my lip now. I don't know why. If val.type does not equal howdy. Cosine? Cosine? What distro? Arch. Lex. Number. Return format.error f. Start requires Lex. Number. Of course. And then for this, num error equals parse number val.val. I want to do one of those. If error is not nil, return error. And then win.start equals num. Now that excuse me. Parse number. Thank you for the file. Appreciate that. Raw string int and error. Okay. Val error equals strconv dot parse int raw 0 32. If error is not nil, return 0 error. Return int val nil. Before that, val equals strings dot. No, raw is strings dot. If strings dot has prefix $. Raw equals 0x plus raw 1 to the end. Else if strings dot has prefix raw %, this one is 0b plus raw 1, like that. And then it parses it, figures out what thing it is. Hex, binary, decimal, what have you, and then returns it. So I don't have to do this bullshit every time I want to parse a number, because all the numbers are the same, and we're gonna have the same format. So that's that. Okay. Then case size. If strings dot to lower val God damn. All right, we're good. Whew. If it start, do that. Else, win dot size equals num. Thricely, thank you. Hibicod? Am I saying that right? Hello, how you doing? Welcome. All right. Case init. Oops. Like that. Ugh. If that essentially let's use a key.val and then key.val there as well. If key.val is name, then do that. Else win dot init equals val dot val. There we go. Default. Invalid item. That key. Sure. And then this will. Okay, so this breaks on the close bracket. So on this level here, this is the append onto list window def like that. List equals append list when. Thank you. And that breaks on the close square. And this will not do that, but return the list and that. And these returns need to return nils. Nil. 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 Invalid operation cannot indirect window def value of strike type. Huh? 196. Oh. That's that. Oh, I parse number. How dare you? I just wrote that. Because I can't spell parse! Oh! Oh! Where are the windows? Windows config. Do it nil. How the fuck? How dare you? Actually. Window defs. Arrow. Expected ident got item. Type 7. Thanks. Val semicolon. Hang on. Let's get some proper output for this guy. Is it Go string actually for yes. Actually I didn't got semicolon Lex semicolon. Okay, that's what? Also for this, let's do one of these because I don't fill those in yet. Let's just do this. Extra? What do you mean extra? Oh. I removed the things in the format, but I didn't actually remove the things. Okay, expected end ident got semicolon. Really? Parsing a window. Yeah, so it's expect ident. It's this one right here. It's shitting itself on. Expect ident. Not the semicolon. It's in one of these. So let's do the printf v new line input windows. That's parse global. That's not where I wanted that. I wanted that. Expected ident got there. Okay. Name semicolon. What? It didn't get the string. How? It did, just not there. Are you sure about that? How magic that's out, yeah. Yoink. Actually, let's do this. Get it from there. Up. P next. Boom. It did. Only the key token, the value token is handled elsewhere. Right. Name RAM. Okay. Oh, hang on. That was here, right? I was ignoring semicolons, but oh well. So let's just if item dot type equals lex semicolon. I didn't type. Okay, well that got further. Oh, because I forgot about type. Okay, fair. Oh, you're right. I'm only ignoring space and comments. Fair, completely fair. Okay, all right. Let's get rid of that. All right, I didn't type. Okay. I need to put that one in there. Name in it, start size, and then case type. Lex ident. Oh, and this isn't start up here, by the way. That s key dot typ key dot val switch strings dot to lower val dot val case ram and rom. I didn't have these in the case, but whatever, it's fine. Either of those are fine. Do I... Where? No, it's in here, and then there. Window def. Window type. I do. All right. that's going to be w dot win dot type equals window RAM and window ROM. Default. Key dot val. No, that's gonna be val dot val. Oh, we hit boom. Okay, window defs. Look at that. Okay. So we got the windows. I do want a better way to actually print out the fucking config. I should probably do that soon, but we're okay for now, I think. Well, no, let's do that. Oops, no. Go string. Well, okay. Global or config global is that banks is going to be that, and then RAM banks is going to be that, and then C dot global strings dot join banks and RAM banks. Banks equals append banks bank dot go string, call it directly, yoink, paste, RAM banks. Those are going to break, aren't they? Because go string is undefined. That's fair. So for now, RAM banks. Oh, that needs to be C dot RAM banks, and this C dot banks. F print, no, S print, F. Bank. What do you mean too many return values? There we go. Configure the global. Okay, because I didn't do anything with the global yet. It's fine. Okay. Ow. Ow. Okay. Hang on. Let's go in here. Okay, global func G global go string global input quarter string MLB output quarter string comments string Archie tech tour string Windows, that is going to be a string. Labels, why doesn't that look like a word? Well, that's going to be a string, and then include. Whoa. Is also going to be, come on, a string. Okay. G.input, G.mlb output. That's why it didn't look right. Okay, yeah, there you go. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know what that song was. G dot comments, because this one can actually be func LCL comment level string switch CL case. Comment none, return comment none, paste, standard, full, unknown, architecture, string, labels, string, for item in range windows, windows equals append windows, item. We'll add the go thing, the go string later to that. No. G dot windows and G dot labels. Strings that join windows, windows, like that, and do the same thing for labels, and make these labels and labels, and include G dot include. Good. Okay, that's actually working. Fantastic. Window def RAM 4400 start 70. Oh boy. That's not hexadecimal. I want that in hexadecimal, I think. Whatever, that's fine. Init static. Okay, but that's working. That's good. Name RAM. Okay, size 496. Type 1. Init nothing. Type RAM B. RAM A, RAM B. Yeah. PRG low start. Size. Start at 32768. That's hex 8000, right? Type 0. Init bank 01. Good. Fixed. Start 49122. That sounds about right. Size 16384. That's correct. Bank fixed. Okay. Fantastic progress. Okay. All right. So we got Windows. Parse. No. Config. Parse. And then we hit label boom. Okay. So this guy is basically giving me the same idea. Yoink. Well, let's yoink all that. Paste it there. List label. List equals append list LBL. Labels expects a list. Okay. Next, close if it's not, if the next thing is not an open bracket like that. Just scream and cry about it. LBL equals label. 4. Item dot p dot or item dot. No, item equals p dot next. Yoink all that. Paste. Paste. All right. Expected ident. Yeah. Close bracket. Semicolon. Okay. Case. Address. What are all of the possibilities for this? Address, name, and comment. I think I are the only ones, right? Type label. Name, comment, address, offset, size, param size. Offset. Offset's going to be calculated, I think. I think it's going to be calculated into that bank. Which we can do after parse. We can do that as like a validation step. Maybe. Yeah. So address. Or size. And those need to be both lowercase or else it's never going to fucking happen. Or param size. Yeah. Yoink, paste. Switch. Val dot val. No. Key dot val. Case address. That's going to be LBL dot address equals num case size case param size all right case name name or comment. There's name, comment, size, param size. That should be all of that. Case or default. Alright. Invalid item. Syntax error 314. Okay, I keep forgetting that shit. Holy fuck! That actually worked? Get the fuck out. Amazing. Amazing. You know what, for all these, I'm just going to default the label size to 1. Oh, that's a tree. Yeah, that's just it's getting to the next thing and just not knowing what to do with it. Yeah, it's parse bank boom and parse ram bank boom. Which one is it? Parse bank. Yeah. So now it's getting there. This is progressing nicely, actually. This is progressing far too smooth. This is making me skeptical. Suspicious. That's the word I was looking for. I'm getting suspicious. It's just working. I don't know. This isn't sitting right with me. No. I'm drinking too much. Let me hit the bathroom again. I'm probably gonna grab a snack too to munch on. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Well, I'm gonna actually hit this button over here. Oh, that's the wrong mouse to use for that. Okay. I'll be right back. packaging again. I mean, nervous fuckers. I'm back. Boxes are different now. I don't know if I like this. It's fairly simple, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the designing up front, I think helps a lot, honestly. I think that helps a lot. Already knowing the direction I want to go with it, you know? Who knew? Planning helps. Who would have thought? Certainly not me. Okay, all right. Yeah, you don't know how it holds up yet. No. And for a bunch of that, I am going to be, where the hell is it? Oh, it's not even up there. It's up here. Go. Oh no, it is a nest, but it's MU502 over here. I'm gonna be basically copy pasting a lot of this code right here, because this already has a bunch of shit already defined for me, right? I'm not gonna need any of these, the functions that actually, you know, execute the opcodes. But I will need the opcode definitions themselves, right? As well as this here. I'll need this, right? Yeah. I'm gonna change this. Yeah. But yeah, basically I'll copy paste this one, the other one, clean up that one into the other project and just add to it basically. Yeah. You're gambling, of course. What the hell is he doing streaming? He's fucking high as a kite though, isn't he? Yeah, I hate that, like, slots is even a category, you know? Is it on front page or some shit? No. Yeah, smoking one, yep. Yep. Okay, yeah. Come on. I'm not grabbing that shit yet. Alright, purchasing a bank. Joink. Paste. Oh, I need the ELF stuff in there as well and the other ones, but I don't really need the ELF. That's just its own message for it, but whatever, fine. Actually, for these, well, yeah. Bank equals bank, and then list bank Yeah. List equals append list bank. All right. Previous item. Like I need to. I was just forgetting that. Forgetting the ident. All right. 4. Strings that to lower. Item. Val. Case. Name. Output. I think it's just name and output, isn't it? That are strings. Just name and output. Okay. What? Whoa, no. Huh? What the hell just happened? You're not trying to be clever with this code, just sticking with copy pasting and stuff instead, which keeps it simple. At least for now. At least for now. For now, yeah. It's gonna get ugly eventually, I'm sure, but I'm copy pasting a bunch of shit, and I'm hard coding the layout of shit, which if I want to change the layout around, is gonna fuck with things. But yeah. Hopefully, I won't be doing much of that. Hopefully. Hopefully. Like, paste. Switch. Strings dot to lower. Priv dot val. Case input. Bank dot input equals input? No, the name. Val. And output. Case. Offset, address, and size. Offset. Oh, so this way. Address, offset, and size. Keep it alphabetical. You're gonna grab number 1, whatever that one was. No ident. No. That's what I'm working on now. Number. Yoink. Paste. Back one. Grab the val. Oop, I need the m dot equals p dot next. Actually, I should probably put. Hang on. Grab the val. Grab this. Put her up there. I'll keep doing that shit. Like calls error message or anything else that makes them nicer. So there's no central handling of that. Just a bunch of format error. Yeah, I know. We'll see. Yeah. Case. Address. Bank. Not. Address equals num. Offset. With a capital instead. And size. Size with a capital. Case labels. This one we've already done. That one. What the hell is it? This. Gonna yoink that, put that there. Bank, labels, vowels. Fantastic. Case, windows. This one's different from the other one. Parse windows. Parse bank. Bank windows. Or window sets? Setting window? It's bank windows, fine. That's fine. Yoink, paste, windows, like that. And then basically the same thing for ranges. Invalid item. All right. Func P. Parser. Parse. Bank window. That's going to give a list of bank windows. An error, I think. Bank windows, address window, and bank. Back to the list. Oh, down a little bit, so it doesn't do that anymore. Thank you. And then list equals bank window, like that. For item dot, no, item equals p dot next. I want this in there. LBL equals no. Win equals bank window. Next. Grabbing basically all of that, except for, actually, hang on, I'm not grabbing all that. Bank and window are both strings. Case address. Yoink. Paste that there. Okay. Yoink. Paste. I'll do a lot of copy pasting. Paste. Window. Address. It's the number thing again. Number. Yoink. Paste. Win dot address equals num. And then from here, list equals append list window. Return nil. No, return list nil. This is going to return nil. This isn't going to build because I'm missing a function. Missing some other things as well. Unexpected keyword case. What? Oh, 201. Oh, up here, up here. Undefined val 214. Item. Item. To return 215 is right here. What do you mean 20 returns? What? Huh? So I don't return the banks. I straight up set them. So that list instead is initialized with well, I mean, yeah, it kind of is with the bank, right? Yeah, because it's just a list. Lists are initialized to themselves to a thing I can append to. C.config.banks to append that. Yes. And then I can remove the returns. The return nils. Undefined key 213 213. Previous. Do one. I'm swapping between these two. Wait, what do you mean previous isn't defined? Huh? Pre-val, capital V. Undefined C. 255. That's P. Parser. So return. Ranger's undefined, yes. Okay. The defs. Labels. The Ranger's gonna be a bitch and a half because that's when I have a lot of shit in. And I can see that changing. I can see this stuff changing. Right? Yeah. What is returns? Yes, returns. Okay. Returns a list of range and error, right? Yes. Labels expects a list. Really? Is that so? You don't say. You don't say. Where the hell was that? Was it in? It was in here, wasn't it? It actually did feel. Yeah, it would be nice, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? I'm not expecting it to actually like get that far, honestly. This one it parses. I'm assuming it doesn't on that one. Yeah. God damn it! Did it again. All right. Where's the bank? Bank. Think funk. B bank. Go string. Bank name. Output. Offset. Address. Size. Labels, windows, ranges. Labels. Ranges. And windows. Range b dot labels. Yank, paste, ranges, and windows, If you have ghost string on a label, what do we know to call to do that? I don't have a ghost string on the label. That's the thing. Oh, and I'm missing all the fucking data for this as well. B dot name, B dot output, B dot offset, B dot address, B dot size, strings dot join, labels, that ranges windows. It's giving a bunch of banks without any names in a bunch of them. So bank name fixed, okay, but it's not giving an output for that. That ain't correct. It's not even doing the offset or the address or the size. It's getting that, but nothing else. So it gets this, but it does not get that. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Appreciate that. And it somehow shits the stuff on the label? This one has the output. Wait a minute. What the hang on a second. I've got... parse bank. I'm missing a... hang on. Comment someone... this just parses a single... well, yeah, okay, this parses a single bank. So this needs to be up here. That has to be up there. And I kind of want to return actually the bank instead. I have... Global is the only one that is singular, in theory. This one is multiple. I was doing that in the wrong spot. You're right, actually. I've already have that in the loop. But yeah, so... yeah, that just needs to be out there, actually. Bank nil. Expects a list. Okay, well, it shat itself. Label expect list. Okay, so Lex unknown. What? That ain't right. That should be Lex comment. Put on the first peg, no, unless, yeah. And then offset number. Again, that should be a comment on why that's coming back as unknown. At least it's getting the whole thing correctly. Getting to the end of the line. That's good. So it is. Hang on. It is parsing the comment correctly, or Lexing the comment correctly. Why the fuck? It's not stringified. All right. Labels, open square, open bracket, and then expects a list. No. Parse labels. No, it doesn't do a P next. I guess the previous on it, right? That should be dropping out down here somewhere, shouldn't it? No, that's somewhere else. That's somewhere else. I'm looking at the wrong loop. Because I get P next. That needs to be in here because that needs to be consumed by the other thing. Consumed early. Or no, not there. There we go. This is one reason for using a generator for it, but then again, Go's mentions that a bit of copy paste is better than a bit of dependency. It's fine. It's fine. I wonder if I want to clean up these strings before sending over to parse, or clean them up in parse. I probably want to do that, clean up in parse. Have a, well, no, I'll only want to do that in comments, I think. I'll do it later, it's fine. All right. So range is one boom. Windows is gonna go boom on that one as well. How about that out? Range is boom. Okay. Ranges, boom. Where'st are you? Ranges, boom. There you are. Parse ranges. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. Did I already do the window thing for the bank? First bank window. Yes, I did. Okay. So the range is the only thing left to do on the bank. The dad walking. Hello, how you doing? What's a disassembler? It takes binary and reverses that into human readable code. So right now what I'm doing is I am writing a parser for the configuration for the disassembler to tell it how to disassemble things. All right. But what this will do eventually, specifically, we're gonna do the debugger, and then we'll go here, view memory viewer right there. So this is the binary for it, right? I think from here, what is this? Frame weight, ABFC, ABFC. Binary for the code. It's taking this code and turning it into this. Resolve labels and RTS labels are the only keys I've seen that don't have token value tokens. Would it be better to have them as yes/no values? Probably. They're basically a true/false thing. I'm a software engineer, but this is like next level to me. Never really touched this layer. It's fun. I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. It's a lot of discovering what someone, in this case 30 years ago, was doing. So as a little bit of background, by the way, the reason I am writing this disassembler is because I was using a different disassembler that started to get in my way. So here's some of that code here from that, right? So this comment right here is chopped off at the end because my disassembler, the one I was using, the max size for comments was 256 characters, apparently, or bytes, which is unacceptable, number one. And there's a bunch of other small things that have pissed me off about this and whatever. So I got mad enough. I'm like, all right, fine, I'll do it myself. But the reason I'm doing this, right? So this code that I'm disassembling, is the quote-unquote BIOS code for this bastard. This is a tape drive for the Famicom. It's got like educational tapes, educational programs on tape, right? Yeah, the programs are on here. A lot of graphics, and the script that actually runs everything, and unique to this, recorded audio as well. So it plays the audio back while the program is actually playing on the Famicom. So it's got, tape quality audio coming out of the thing instead of the beeps and boops of square waves and triangle waves. But yeah, used to teach English to Japanese school kids, English and science and math and all that. Anyway, so that's a big, a long-running reverse engineering project of mine, is figuring out how that works, with the eventual goal of getting Homebrew working on it, and making a whole ecosystem for building said Homebrew and programs and all that kind of stuff, right? So the part that I'm at now with all that is proper documentation for things. This isn't published yet. It's still a preview. So, and I didn't want to just copy paste stuff that I don't know is right. So I'm going through and, you know, finding some question marks. I'm like, I should probably verify that with my notes. And going back to disassembly stuff. And then because of another unrelated reverse engineering project that I am a part of as well, which is this thing, some weird pirate device for the Famicom that uses the disk system. So this is not emulated anywhere, and the emulator that I use can't run this stuff out of the box. So I've changed my workflow a little bit to accommodate that, which meant using that other disassembler and documenting stuff outside the emulator, essentially. And I like that a little bit better than documenting everything inside this emulator and making it a little harder to search that way and all that kind of stuff, right? But I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't know where I'm going. I mentioned that because I forgot why I mentioned it. Basically, I'm writing a disassembler so I can further document and reverse engineer this device. Yeah, and I've made a lot of my own tools for this. Yeah, on the tapes, there's all kinds of random crap. Well, not really random, but there's a bunch of different types of data. There's like graphics data, the actual tiles, like the actual graphics. And then there's the name table data and where to put those tiles on the screen, right? That defines the screen. And then there's script data, which is what actually is what the program is written in. So it's what directs, you know, what's loaded to screen and, you know, drawing menus and crap and, you know, the actual logic, the logic of whatever program's on there, right? And that's its own domain specific language that is interpreted on this stupid thing, on this device. In fact, in bank 01, here's a bunch of the handlers. You know, anything that starts with handler is a handler that does something. You know, restore tiles, restores a chunk of the name of the screen. That's copy crap. Infinite loop. Play a noise, and it takes arguments off a stack, right? And it's all interpreted in 6502 assembly on this thing. Yeah, so that's those scripts. I've actually written a disassembler for that. Those scripts work a little bit differently, a lot of differently actually. But God, I keep doing that. So this is one of those scripts here. I do want to make an assembler for this script language eventually. Not quite there yet because I don't know what all the opcodes actually mean. There's a bunch of unknowns. So the ones that have names here are actually known, you know, like push data and a different push and another push. But there are a bunch that I don't know what the hell they are, right? I don't know what this one does. I don't know what this one does, right? Then I accidentally started. So I went to click this to turn off the redshift, but instead I clicked on Steam, and Factorio is the top one. So it was actually by accident. Yes. I didn't mean it. Welcome, by the way. How you doing? I've actually got a lot of these. More than I thought. I thought I had more than unknowns. That's encouraging. All right. Yeah, that's actually almost done. Not bad. There's a few unknowns here and some other little unknowns in there, but yeah. So this is that script format. So I do have I do have a separate disassembler for this thing. They use a different, stupider config. It uses as a JSON config format. And I would like to be able to fold this into the one I'm currently writing. I don't know how feasible that will be, but you know, maybe we'll see. I don't know. Because you use Steam to stop it before even loading the game. Yeah, I use Steam to stop it before even loading before I even finish loading. It was not on purpose. I swear to God. But yeah, so that's what this current project is this disassembler. Pressing X to doubt. Did someone make a clip of it? You know, prove it. Yeah, I can prove it there. Yeah, I've also made other retro dev adjacent utilities. Apparently, yeah. I've got one that converts the NES image format to and from a sane modern format. What the fuck else do I have? I a bunch of small utilities for like random data stuff for specific things, and but yeah, I build my own stuff mostly. I've started to put thought into fleshing out my emulator to be a proper actual emulator, which means implementing the PPU, right? And I don't know about the APU. I don't know about the audio chip or the audio core. I don't know about that. But I do want to. I think I want to try my hand at getting the PPU implemented, which means I need to introduce cycle accuracy, which it does not have right yet. MU. So yeah, this run. This just runs as fast as it can, right? If not done and you didn't stop, keep going. Just tick as fast as you can. Go, 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 go. Retrofitting for cycle accuracy is pain. Right. So I haven't like attempted any of that, but in order to implement the PPU, I need at least some kind of accuracy. That's what's worse is when you need something other than the CPU to be the master clock. Yeah. Well, here the CPU is slower, so technically the PPU is the master clock. Right? Because it's what 3 PPU cycles per CPU cycle, right? The most I've done with accuracy is making the emulator count the number of cycles the instruction took. Yeah. So I don't know how I'm gonna handle it yet, and I think I'm gonna try just getting some display stuff up completely outside of this project, where I just get the boilerplate of here's an indexed image displayed on screen 60 times a second, right? Using CPU assembly can get quite far with an S emulation. Yeah. But regarding those true or false config values in your phone, I honestly don't agree with, I think, a bridge and the idea of just having them there for the truthy values and omitting the false value. So I believe I misinterpreted what Bridgewater was going after with that. So I don't think he was actually Bridgewater, you can actually clarify, but I don't think you meant like, oh, just leave off the true value. You meant, do you even want that configurable? Do you want the option to turn it on or off? Right? Like, should that be a thing in the first place? Not the syntax, but like the actual thing I was turning on and off. Dark Knight uses the CPU-based timing and scanline granularity on the PPU. Most games worked fine. Yeah, like I said, I'm still in the brainstorming phase of it, right? And I will want to get or figure out some of the boilerplate technical stuff of I have an image in code and I want to get that displayed on screen, right? Which wouldn't be anything really PPU stuff, but it's just you know, figuring out the syntax and semantics and libraries like OpenGL bullshit of getting that wired together, right? And then from there I'll figure out how granular I want to attempt to be, right? I definitely didn't mean just leave off the true value. I meant, why the hell would you make this an option in the first place? Yeah. So yeah, that was on me. That one's on me. I misinterpreted. And to be fair, I haven't actually implemented that, parsing that in this yet, in the disassembler config parsing. And it'd be cleaner, I think, to actually have a true false in there. Yeah, so I'll probably add those in, honestly. But yeah, it was more of, you know, why are you turning that off? The EBIT engine. Oh, right. I forgot about that. I keep forgetting about that. So I've looked at it before, EBIT engine. And then I've forgotten about it again. No. This. Although I wouldn't be doing like any of like the advanced image, whatever the hell. It'd be basically just, here's an image that I rendered in software. Throw that on the screen. Yeah. That's not really designed for doing the other parts of the UI. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it might work for, it might help with what I want to do. I don't know. Raylib. Does Raylib have a Go library? Raylib's C, isn't it? Yeah, it's C. I don't know. I'm not very familiar with calling C from Go. Yeah, okay. There's binding for it, yes. Some of these use library to enjoy video games programming. Yeah. Other two sources included and compiled together with bindings. Oh, no, the first build can take a few minutes. It's also possible to use Raylib Go without CGO, Windows only. Requirements below. What do you want? Oh. Windows stuff. Set target FPS. What? Begin drawing. Clear background. Draw text. End drawing. Ew, cutie. Yeah, I mean, so if I want to make like a GUI application on Windows, the first thing I reach for is C#.net, right? It's what I'm familiar with. It's relatively straightforward for the simple shit, especially, right? For Linux, I don't have something that I can easily reach for, right? Because I don't know any of the environments for it, right? I don't know Qt. I don't know GTK programming. I don't know raw X programming, right? Raw X Windows programming. I'm unfamiliar with with OpenGL stuff, right? That networks and Linux. Yeah, but then I'd be forced to use a .NET language. I don't want to do that on Linux, honestly. I mean, I can. But so the big thing with the .NET stuff, and why it's so easy to just use that on Windows, is Visual Studio, not Visual Studio Code, full blown Visual Studio, because it's got a fantastic editor for that. Started trying to figure out Wayland. The documentation is rage-inducingly bad. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, is this supposed to replace X? That's unfortunate. So is that why like adoption is slow with Wayland? It's because the documentation is dog shit. Just wait until you see the Wayland discussions about being able to place a window at a specific location on screen. I've heard of that. I haven't seen any of it, but I have heard of it. And why is that like a big debate point? Like, what? Because can't like that's also something that like Windows stuff can do, as well as Mac stuff. So if you remove that, you remove something that you have on the other major operating systems. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, huh? Arguments both ways. Granted, I don't know the details of any of it. So I haven't read up on it. There's a certain amount of side channel information available there, plus it's limiting the behavior options for the compositors. I just want to use it. Compositors. Screw you. Yeah, well. Bureaucracy. The hardest part of software dev. Anyway, put that back over there. On the no side, the security reasons. What is it? No, I don't want that. Oh. What the fuck did O do? Whatever. Exit. Thank you. Oh shit, it's 11:30. Oh my god. I actually need to wrap up. I need to shower, get to bed. On the S side, it's very useful. There are multiple Windows programs that just don't get ported because people don't want to bother with dealing it Wayland. Yeah. Yeah, I get it, yeah. I basically see it as a hierarchy of concerns. The program should not have to concern itself with where its windows are located. That is, and frankly should be, the compositor's job and its job alone. Yeah. But then there's, precedent for programs doing their own thing. And because of that, people have gotten used to that. For proper windows such as menus, there's apparently something called a positioner, for which I have not yet defined any real information. There's restoring the layout and reopen, which also has no support. How is multi-monitor support in Wayland? Does it do shit sane? 'Cause that's always something that's jank as hell. Both in Windows, I've noticed, and in Linux. Better than X. And one thing that so one thing that really pissed me off. So my Windows laptop. This KD Wayland worked without anything on my part. Specific use case here, where you want to pop up a menu where one item directly overlaps its representation in the base window and position the overall menu relative to that. Have scroll items at top and bottom if it would otherwise exceed the display height. At the very moment, they could at least do support relative window locations, but not even that is happening. God. But yeah, so my laptop for work, it's a newer laptop. It was repossessed from another from a contract employee that no one had any oversight over, which was hilarious. So he bought a $9,000 computer, which is mine now, which is cool. Was you ever this scroll here? It starts to extend the menu window size to the opposite direction. What the fuck? I'm having trouble visualizing what you're explaining. Anyway, so this laptop is a very expensive one. And the display on the laptop is a 4K display. It is physically smaller than my 1080p screens. Physically. So I can't read the fucking thing if it's using a 4K resolution, right? Especially at my desk where I've got two other 1080p monitors and then this 4K one in the corner, essentially, right? So I first tried in Windows, the monitor scale, whatever the fuck, right? Scale 50% or whatever it was, or 200, or whatever one that makes it, 1080p but not, right? Dragging shit between the laptop and the screens. It did it bad. It handles it bad. Because it'll be like, as I'm dragging over, it'll be fucking massive. Then it'll get to the middle screen and it'll shrink down. And then some programs don't handle the DPI, whatever the fuck, correctly, the scale correctly. So I'll hit right click and all of a sudden I get text fucking massive on my 1080p screen. Like, what the fuck is going on here? I eventually said, fuck it. Made the resolution 1080p. I don't care. Haven't had any issues since. No. If you have no control of the position, resizing the window from software could just move it to a completely different location on the screen. DPI issue is something you have on any multi-screen setup with different DPIs, no matter what OS you use. Yeah, jank as hell, but that doesn't. Well, that doesn't either. Apps has to handle that event specifically. What, the resizing stuff? Oh, my 4K have to have a 1080p too. Yeah, has fewer problems. I don't need the extra pixels. Yeah, I don't need. That screen is just email. Like, I don't give a shit. DBS go. Yeah. Yeah, so I just made it fucking 1080p and said, screw it. I don't care. It's fine. Yeah, and even when it is in 4K, I can't fucking read the damn thing. Even when I'm, got my face that far away from it, I can't read it. I don't know how anybody can read it when it's too physically small for that resolution. So that's what it is, all right? Anyway, I need to wrap up. It's late. I need a shower. I made a significant amount of progress, though. I'm happy with how much progress I've made. Sunday, I will not be around. I've got some family up in town. I'm going to see them on Sunday. So I will not be around on Sunday. I apologize. I'll probably work on this a little bit off stream tomorrow, honestly. But I won't get it all done tomorrow. I can guarantee you that. So next stream we will be continuing on this. Hopefully by then I'll have the config all parsed out and we can actually work on the disassembly and the formatting and the like. Bootloader and login still defaults to 4K, so the passphrase prompt is something like I know it is more than something I can read. Yeah, so I think for the BIOS stuff on mine, it's a reasonable size for everything. Another issue that I have with the damn thing, so I have a dock, obviously, right? If I plug the dock in and then turn it on, for a while it went, oh no, that's not the right, it doesn't have enough power, because it's not plugged into the right USB-C port. And I'm like, bitch, there's two. There's two USB ports. No, both of them are giving me the same message. Shut up. I eventually just found the checkbox to check and say, stop telling me, just fucking boot. But while it boots, the screens go to sleep. Because Windows is just spinning. Then eventually, Windows gets to the login screen. And Windows knows that the monitors are there, so it puts the login screen on my center monitor. Only it forgets to wake the screens up. So I've got 3 black screens. I gotta unplug the dock and plug it back in. Oh, look at that, the screens are on now. I haven't tried like logging in with it like that yet to see if it'll log in and still have the screens off. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's some fuckery with the dock. The dock didn't come with the I don't think it came with the laptop. Yeah. From all big computer companies, the only big that realized AI doesn't sell is Dell, of all companies. They're still around? Dell's still around? Really? Yeah. Not out of business yet? I did hear that, though. I did hear that one of them just realized that no one gives a shit about this, so we're gonna just not shove it down their throats. I wish other companies would take the fucking memo, you know? My boss still thinks that, you know, computers are going to be AI machines running on the AI architecture or some bullshit. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about for a variety of reasons. But Dell's revenue of $88.4 billion. God damn. All right. Yeah, a while back, my boss was on about like, oh, the chips that they're making for the AI things. Soon, all computers are going to use those things. They're going to run on that. All operating systems. And I'm like, buddy, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, like, at all. Because you're wrong. He's an idiot. He's a fucking idiot. He's brain dead. Anyway, we're gonna go raid somebody. Most of you just add the 50 tops NPU to get the Copilot Plus cert, nothing else. Yeah, he thinks that like x86 will go away or some shit, and I'm like, you're a moron. No. Like, you know, the fucking NVIDIA chips that, you know, all the companies are buying up, right? He thinks that everything's going to run on those specifically. It's like, no, what? No. Huh? You're an idiot. That's not what any of this does or how any of this works. But I've given up arguing. I'm I'm biding my time. There's a few things that I'll finish up, I think, over a few months, and then just be like, you know what? I'm done. Goodbye. You don't need me anymore. I don't care. But anyway, just saw who we're gonna go say hi to. Where'd he go? I just saw him. What the fuck? Hang on. Wait a minute. What the fuck just happened? Where? I'm losing my mind. I'm going insane. There he is. Right there. All right. Come with me to say hi. I'd really appreciate it. How to tell you have no clue about architecture without saying it? Yeah, right. Right. It's fucking embarrassing. Anyway, come with me to say hi. I'd really appreciate it. As a reminder, I won't be around on Sunday. I'll be around next Friday. Yeah. Here's some love over here. I will see you guys next time. Have a good night. Bye-bye.